No, but I just guess that will be the result. I said, why are you guessing? Did the man pay you for vitality test? No. Remove it from your form. To me, it's not a routine test. Because if you are doing all this, some people will see, so your result will go to a place where somebody will understand that result more than you. I did one sim analysis for one man. The man meet me, he is coming from say, if because you are there, I see you as Agbalagba. I see you as Agbalagba. I know what I will do for you. I know what I will do for you. You want to create problem with my wife. I know what I've said about the test you did for me. I've gone somewhere to repeat the test, and the result they gave me, I said, let's go to my office. You know what I'm so sure? In Lagos, I don't know Ibadan. I know all the lab. I know virtually up to 90% of the lab. The lab, they will do the test, semi-analysis. That will be, my own result will now be an error to that lab. I needed to know the person, whether that person has worked in my lab before. By the time I see the result, you know what happened? Somebody scored motility, 100%. Score morphology, 100%. And the count is 300 million. I opened the lab, I opened the form, I called the lab, I put the phone on speaker. The man was sitting down. I said, this is Bojo Adekende Samuel. I received a report from your lab. Your motility, the testicle, then the morphology, that means all of them are true at the same time, 100%. Million spam cells. The man, this phone is on speaker. I want you to start explaining. Because if you do not explain now, I'm just taking the result, is with me now. I will write on this result and send it to council. The man said, I said, are you a scientist? Are you a scientist? Now I said, sir, I'm sorry. I said, don't say I'm sorry. The result is wrong. It's not, this result is not possible anywhere in the whole world. And now started begging me, sir, just let us forget it. The man can come back, I will return his money. I took the result, give to the man, I said, gentleman, Ita. Sperm motility is related to pregnancy rate, and it must be done well. As soon as you give somebody 60% fast progressive, and that sample is not like that, you've hooked that person. You know, say, sorry to say this, some doctor doesn't understand, doesn't know how to interpret the laboratory results. Anything you write there is what you write there. And then some of them, if you write rubbish to them, they know. Because some of them pass through the lab very well. They know. So please do the motility very well. Don't give wrong result. If you don't know how to do it the way I'm telling you now, learn it. You know, I was telling some people yesterday, I said, I will call people are ready. What you need to do for me is get a lab that has maybe all these university lab or whatever that can contain all of you, that have where we can do a practical one-on-one on semen analysis and morphology. I will do it for you free when you are ready. This is what I collect 30,000 from one person in Lagos for one day. If I want to, if all of you are 3 now, if you are 30 now, don't know how much, because I'm going to bring semen sample down to Lagos to give each one of you to do this practice one-on-one and bring reagent, give to you one-on-one. Not that no. But when you are ready, arrange yourself. I'm going to talk to Fatima. Arrange yourself when you are ready. You don't need to give me anything, but you are going to pay for where I go sleep. You pay for fare. I don't want to sleep in my house. I want to sleep in 5-star hotel in Ibadan. If you're asking me why, am I collecting money from you? Even I go carry my wife, 12 of us, to 2 of us go sleep there. That's what I can do for. But true, I mean, if you people arrange, if you have, we need, because when you are doing staining techniques in sperm morphology, I will take you that process. You do it yourself. You look at it under microscope. So that's why we need a laboratory that has up to, even if you say we want to manage, if people are 30 now, and we can say, okay, on a sink, if 4 or 5 people stay on a sink to do it, that means we need a lab that have up to 6 or 7 and must be in a place. I don't know whether we can get it in University of Ibadan. I don't know. Just look for where we can get, whether lead. If you see anywhere we can get it, people like me can go there and talk to them and write to them. And if we need to pay for that lab, we can pay them. It's for you to learn. Yes. Total number of progressive motile sperm is number of spermatozoa in the ejaculate by the percentage of motile cells. Do you know how to calculate this? If you say the total sperm cells is 40 million, but you yourself, you score progressive motility for 40%. So percentage motility is 40% of 40 million. You got what I'm saying now? If we now say the total sperm count is 50 million, and you've already scored fast progressive as 40%, that means percentage motility will be 40% of 50 million. I've talked about this yesterday. So, semen, when we want to do, I've talked about this, we want to do sperm motility, you must use times 200 or 200 times 20 objective or to do it. Times 10 could not give you what you really wanted. Times 40 will not capture the counting chamber grid very well. So, but find out from those people that said that they are selling microscope. They used to sell times 20 objective. As at last year, times 20 objective I bought in Lagos is 25,000 naira. It's not too costly, but I don't know now. See, one of the problems why our sperm normally develop, all the culture comes with staphylococcus. That is what I'm talking here. The protocol of semen analysis, if we want to follow, some of us cannot, some of the lab cannot do it. Let me tell you the protocol. If I come to your lab now and I want to do semen analysis, protocol says I'm going to enter bedroom, wash all this place down. You give me towel, I will clean my body before I start producing sperm cells. Is it possible? How many small towel do you want to buy? If you are ready to buy small towel, you know our culture. To profess semen analysis, money go vitamin can go ahead and cause all the koto. Some of you, if you understand English, I said if you want, the protocol says you must wash your penis with soap, with water, then they will have to give you towel to clean your body before you start producing. And I said, even if you can afford that, in our culture, you go to a lab, they give you small towel to go and clean your private part, and you are going to drop it when you are going. Tomorrow, somebody will come back and come and tell you, say, what you young can lara. That is the protocol of before you collect semen sample. But some of us, we don't do. That is why you see, when you do semen analysis and you see a lot of poor cells, even let me come down, you see a lot of poor cells in semen analysis. Don't just assume that that poor cells is of infection origin. No. there's something we call reactive oxygen species in the scrotum, whereby your body, the testicle, the system sense that some of the sperm cells in the body, they are genetically damaged. So the body now produce WBC to fight those sperm cells in their testicle. So when you see a sample full of poor cells, the person might not have infection. To me, in my own lab, if you see somebody who has a lot of poor cells, what comes to our mind first is it could be a immunological reaction, because some of those sperm cells, they are genetically damaged. So the body senses that they should not be in that place, and they produce WBC to move against them. And you know there's nowhere they can come out. So if you now culture the sample and now say you see staph, you may be writing wrong report. That's why you see some of them, when the doctor give them antibiotics and treat them, they come back to come and repeat the sample. You yourself will be surprised that the process become more. It's because there's something we call reactive, or you can go and write it, go and read it. ROS in semen. Just put it on Google like that. ROS, reactive oxygen species in semen. It's not of infection origin. Okay? That is why when you cannot follow up the protocol for semen analysis, that somebody must do this. So don't forget, that person will masturbate. There may be a contamination. That is why you keep seeing even the sample that have 0.1 per feed of APC. Some of you see come around that the thing grow staph, grow Klebsiella. It is not good. Before you do sperm count, some of us doesn't do this, but today you can do it. Your counting chamber must be you must put it inside humid chamber for at least 20 minutes. How do you do humid chamber? Look for petri tissues. No, there's one that have cover, right? Put tissue paper inside. Put two stick left and right like this. When you charge your counting chamber finished, you put it there to stay and cover for 20 minutes. That is humid chamber. That is what you must follow. The reason is, when you charge the counting chamber, when you leave it for sperm cell to settle down, then there will be evaporation at the edges of the slide. It will affect the volume of the ejaculate under counting chamber. So that is why, as at the time you are waiting for those sperm cells to settle down, you must put it inside the humid chamber. It does not cause you anything. Just petri disease, put two sticks that the counting chamber will sit inside. That tissue paper, put water, then put water, then put the counting chamber. Let it stand there for 10 to 15 minutes. Simple. Then I told you everything you must do. And when you are counting, anytime you see sperm without head, sperm cell report, that as at the time I'm counting 200 sperm cells, as if head. So you now take the percentage, 40 over 200. That means in this semen analysis, 45%, well, 40 over 200% is what? Huh? Okay, just report. Huh? 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 You can now say 20% at sperm cell without tail or without tail. Because it is very useful for us to know No, you charge the counting chamber first before you go and put it inside humid. You have to charge it first. Now, I want to start explaining how to do sperm count without guessing. So please, you need to listen to me. What? When you are checking, when you are doing sperm counting, when you are doing, when you want to do sperm count, you know, count sperm cell that is not complete. You must not. You only count the sperm that is complete. And when you are trying to look for the sperm that is not complete, we want to let you know that you must have a WBC counting machine, so that you be using for semen analysis alone, so that when you are counting, when you see you count 1, 2, 3, 4, by the time you see the one that the tail is not complete, you press. Are you getting me? When you count or the head is not complete, you must count all along. So when you count all the complete sperm cells, you must be able to report the percent total number of sperm cells you count. You know they have they call it tally or whatever, differential counter. So when you are counting, you say 1, 2. Immediately you see the one that has no head, you continue counting. That's how you count it. Where the problem used to be, how your counting chamber look like. But you that you do not have times 20 objectives, you won't be able to see this thing the way I'm seeing it now. But if you use times 10, it will be so small. But if you use times 20, this is how you will see it. Before you do anything, you need to I want to let you study this thing for you. This is how many square here now? 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. How many square you see here? 16. How many square is here in this one that have 3 lines? How many square? This is in this square. How many square is there? 16 is here. 1 to this 16. When you come here, this one contains 25 squares here. This one contains 16. So the volume of counting, that's why you must put the counting chamber when you charge it inside humid chamber, because you must ensure that the volume that you charge the counting chamber is correct before you start counting the sperm cells. Because by the time we are going now, you will be able to understand that the volume of the ejaculate inside the counting chamber has a serious connection with the number of sperm cells you are going to count. So which means when you charge the counting chamber, that volume must not escape, because it will affect your sperm count. Let's come here. There's a place I want to show us. Let me bring it out from here. Hello, please look up. For some of you, please try and get times 20 or times 40 objective. Before you want, two things you must do before you start sperm count. You must determine the diluting factor before you go and charge your counting chamber. It is important. That is number one. Number two, you need to determine how many number of square you are going to count. That is why I told us that some of us, only one dilution factor that we are using, 1 in 20. 1 in 20 is for WBC. If you have 5 samples of semen samples here now, 5 samples of semen here now, I'm telling you, the dilution factor for that 5 sample may not be the same. If will not be the same. You determine from here. If you are using times 40 objective, that is what this one means. If you are using times 20 objective, but I told you that you can't use, we won't be able to count very well. Look at it. So and get to know the diluting factor. You come back here, look at here. You know when you want to do semen analysis, this is, we use the central grid for semen analysis. This is what you're supposed to use. So you see chamber alone. Then you now come back to, if you can count above, if you can see that the sperm cells in that square alone is above 200, then this is your diluting factor. Did you understand that one? I'm going to the end of this lecture now, and I wanted to run down the way you know, so that you won't start guessing sperm count. You need to work it out. This square here, look at here, you focus this box, this square alone. How many number of sperm cells you can count under times 20 or times 40 objective? If you can see, let me use times 20. If you can see it around 800 there, see your diluting factor. See the way you prepared. You will now take 50 microliter of the sample of the sample to 245 microliter of the diluent. Diluent is, you can use, if you want to do diluent, take bicarbonate, dissolve it in water. I can give you the methodology, then add formalin. So if you use normal saline, why normal saline is not good is all those viscosity of the sample will still affect if you are using normal saline. But I will use bicarbonate, sodium, water. I will give you, it's inside this manual, and it's inside this lecture too. So now, if you now find out that the number of sperm cells that you can count here, look at this box, is no more than, let me see, is between 2 and between 8 and 64. That means the dilution factor is 1 into 5. You understand now that the way you have been doing semen analysis is different. If you have 5 samples, you must go and check all of them under the microscope and determine what is the diluting factor for all these samples on the bench. Some of us that is on the group, I will post on the group in the evening. There's something with semen worksheet that you can download and start working, use it to work the sample in your lab. I will post it on the group. You must first determine this diluting factor. That is number one. 2-step. If you understand the 2-step, I'm telling you, you are good to go with semen analysis. First step is determine the diluting factor. Yes, my brother. You have to charge the counting chamber. Yes, you won't dilute. You allow the chamber to determine the diluting factor. Even you can still go ahead. Let me tell you, if you have times 20 objective, you can still take your slide, the raw semen. You can still take your slide, put 50 microliter of sample, liquefied sample on a slide. If you have times 20 objective, not times 10, times 20, take 50 microliter, focus it. How many sperm cells can you count in a feed? One feed. If you don't want to start going through the using counting chamber, God take, you know why I ask you to go that side. Some of you do not have micro pipette. Some of you do not have micro pipette. So if you know you do not have micro pipette, that means you need to go and charge the counting chamber, the raw sperm, and determine the diluting factor. But if you have micro pipette, good micro pipette, take 50 microliter of semen, check it under times 20 objective, determine the diluting factor first. You can write all these things down. Although we are going to give you this slide, this presentation, we will give everybody. Do you understand that one now? Okay, see the second leg. Look at this. You know you've taken your semen sample. You've determined the diluting factor. Yes or no? And now you go and charge your counting chamber. You now go back to that spot where you can use to get the diluting factor. You now go and see how many sperm cells can you see. If you see less than sperm cells, that means you are counting the whole square in the middle of counting chamber. Two things you do. You first determine the diluting factor. Second one, you are now determining how many. You have 5 types of semen for 5 samples. You are not doing the same thing for all of them. Not that you just start counting. No. Two things is necessary. Immediately you get those 2 things, I am telling you, the other one is calculation. Is an equation that you just put in. First thing, determine the diluting factor. If you don't have micro pipette, don't stress yourself. Take your counting chamber, charge it. Look at the upper square in the center grid. Count the number of sperm cells that is there. We will know your diluting factor. But if you have a micro pipette, just take 50 microliter of semen. If the sample is not liquefied very well, the micro pipette will not pick the sample for you. When you take it, sir, when you take it, under times 20 objective, you can also determine your diluting factor. Now, after you might have diluting your sample, now go and charge the counting chamber. Now come to this place. Take here. You now come here. You know this is where we are using for semen analysis. The center, it contains 25 squares, and each of these square contain another inside. So when you come back here to determine how many square you want to count for that particular sample, how many square you want to count. After you come here, See, if you see up to 10 to 40 spermatozoa, that means you are counting large squares. But mind you, you need to know that you have two chamber on counting chamber. You charge them at the same time. You have it at the back of your mind that if you are counting, let me show you, sorry, you need to move forward and back. If you are counting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, you count these two rows. If you get to the chamber of that counting chamber, you can't come and count these two rows. You have to count the same way you count here. If you are counting 5 squares and you count like this 1, 2, 3, 4. And not just come and count 25. Counting the first one, the same pattern you could use the second one. If you are counting down horizontal, when you come to the second chamber of the counting chamber, you cannot count 2 rows to the right. You must count the same 2 rows to the left. Are we clear at this point? Because you must count up to 200 spermatozoa. If you charge the counting chamber, the first chamber, the second chamber, you couldn't get up to 200 sperm cells. Don't know that you are going to watch the chamber and start another one too. So, but you must have a back of your mind that the way you are doing in a particular chamber, in that 2 chambers, that's what you do. You may be lucky if the man has a good sperm count, you can get 200 in that 2 chambers. If you do not reach up to 200, you take another liquor and start again. And you write it down. Sperm analysis, when they go out to lab and do sperm test 3,000. I know say those people are not doing it. They just sit down and do what? Write results. No. If just this one. See the right up here. See. Well, see what I've written here. First, assess the upper left large square in the central grid of one side of the improved counting chamber to determine the square or to count. You must come to that side. So if you now find out, see, if you are counting 5 square, that means you take 1, 2, 3, 4, and the one in the middle. Don't count 5 like this. But if I want to count 10, you can take, it is 5, 5, 5. You can take 2 to the left, giving you 10, or you take 2 to the right, giving you 10. Or you can take 1 on the left, 1 on the right. But when you get to, if you do not get to 200 sperm cells, that means when you get to the second chamber, on that counting chamber, you do the same pattern. That's what I'm saying. You take another liquid and continue. Till you get 200. If it's not up to again, till you get 200. That is the protocol. 200 sperm cells. You can't change it. So when you now count, you now take the average of the total. If see what hello, you know this similar analysis I'm teaching you, you will agree with that nobody has ever talked this way. Nobody has ever explained to you this way. You can be, and I said, by the time I look the microscope, we will know it is 40 million. It's not possible. We are professionals. What you are asking me is, if you want to determine diluting factor, you don't need 200 semen to determine diluting factor. No, you are not getting. Look at here. Look at here. You can't. Did you see? By the time you see C6 to 14 here, C2 to 5 here, C oligospermia here. To determine the diluting factor, you don't need, just check that square on the upper left of that center grid. There is no way. You know, immediately you see sample that is between 40 to 200, you will know now the whole places be clustered. So you are okay now. That means I can continue. I can move forward, right? Progress, right? Then you go to the other side, you continue. You cannot complete. You take another aliquot of the semen, you continue. But let me tell you what you don't know. There's a point here. Look at this. Look at this place. See, if the spermatozoa, wait, look at what, this is what you are asking me. Less than sperm, less than 10. That means you count the whole 25 squares in the center. You count the whole 25 square. If you count the whole 25 square, you do not reach 200. You go to the other chamber, you count the whole 25 square, you did not reach 200. That means you are preparing another aliquot to continue from the same sample. Huh? No, if you are counting the whole 25 square, see what I'm saying. This is what we are using for similar analysis. You count the whole 25 square. That means there is nothing like left to right here. You count the whole 25 square here. You count the other side too. You do not reach 200. Prepare another load, charge another counting chamber. Wash this if you don't have two counting chamber. Wash this one away. Then start another one till you reach 200. But if you can't, for you to be a professional, that means you can't the fourth chamber here, you get above 200. You can go ahead and go to the other side and count. If you get above 200, you add two of them together and divided by 2. If you get 10 here, if you get 210 here, you get 100 here. You add them together, you divide. At that point in time, you cross 300. But the minimum you must count is 200. So when you are charging, you charge it chamber. Or you are led. Look at, because I'm rounding up now. And I'm going to just drop the calculation. You go and do it. Look at this. The center grid of that counting chamber contains 5 rows of 5 square. 5 rows of 5 square. That make it what? 25. That each small square box will take the, when you charge your counting chamber and there is no loss of ejaculate. That's why you put this image chamber. That means the volume of ejaculate inside that small, inside that occupy that small is 4 nanogram. That means the whole 25 the volume of semen in the whole 25 is what? 100 nanogram. Do you understand that one? So thus the central grid have 5 rows. Goes down, we have 20 nanograms ejaculate inside. Am I correct? No, I talk now. That means if you take 5 like this, you will have what? The volume of ejaculate inside that country chamber is what? 20. That means while the non-central grid rows have 25. That means, look at this. You will understand how to do semen now. These contain, each of these contain, this small one contain 4. If you come here, you see this, all this. That's 16. This contain 25. 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, the volume. But here in this one we are using, this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. These 5 rows, like I told you, is that small row is the volume will be 4 nanogram. Hope you understand that one. The whole 25 is what? 100. Okay. Move forward. See the calculation to get semen analysis. Okay. See the calculation here. See, that is sperm density. N over N times 1 over 20. This is the volume. This is the number of, this is the number of sperm cells you counted. This is the number of square rows that you counted. If you are counting 5 square rows, that means 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You understand? You don't have problem. Look at this. This is number of sperm cells you counted. If you use 5 square rows, 5 squares, you counted 5 squares. Whether 1, 2, 3, 4, you count. That means if you count 200, 200 will be here. But because you counted 5 square rows, 5 will be here. That 5 squares that you counted, and what is the volume of the sample that ejaculate in them? Huh? 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 4 times 5 is what? Divided by 20. Times diluting factor. Simple. My time is up. This is number of sperm you counted. If you count here and here, you divide. Then this is the number of square you counted. Yes or no? And I told you in that central grid, that small square contains 4 of nanogram. That is the volume of the ejaculate that will be inside. So which means that is why you have divided by 20. You divide the volume by the number of sperm cells you count per row. Divide the volume by the number of sperm cells you counted per row, per square. That is why you are doing 6. You are getting 5 with 200 because you counted 5 squares. This is the volume of the ejaculate of the number of squares you counted. If you count the whole square, because the sample is very low, that means you are counting 25 square. What is the volume will be? 100. That is you divide by the 100 here. The diluting factor I told you is important. You now put it here. Times millions. That is your sperm count. But you can now ask me now that suppose you have You check inside this under the microscope, you see one sperm count, one sperm cells or two. How do you know? You know, some of you will just, and let me tell you today, immediately you see that you do not have a sperm count up to 1 million when you use this calculation. Don't write motility and morphology. It's very wrong. It's very wrong. What you need to do is motility and morphology could not be determined because of low sperm count density or low sperm count. But if you check microscope, you see 2 sperm cells or you see 1 sperm cells, that person is not azoospermia. How do you know the count? Let me come back. Let's see the way. This is the way you know how to report his own count. You know that when time you check here, you see 1 sperm cells here. Yes or no? Where you see these sperm cells, it has volume. Don't forget, it has volume. Let me go back the calculation. See, how many number of sperm cells? 1. How many grid you counted before you see that one? You only see it when you check everything. I just see 1 sperm cells. What will be here is what? 1. Then when you come here, if you are taking into consideration the 25 squares, that means this will come to 100. If you are counting that 1 sperm cells in relation to the whole sperm square, that will come to 100. But you don't do that. You only do that to where do you see that sperm cells? If you are seeing that sperm cell in one of the 25 squares, then that means what is occupied is 4 nanogram volume. So you now come back here and put 4 here. Put the multiplication factor. It will give you 2,005, 1,000, 5,000. You won't get millions. At one time, somebody is having 1 million. Just what some of you do. Back here. This is the number of rows you counted that sperm square. This is divided by the volume of those square, and I told you small sperm, small square in that is 4 nanogram. The whole 25 is what? 20. It's 100. The multiplication factor. Whatever value you get here is million. Why it is million? Because 1 nanogram is 1 million mil. That is why the factor at the end of this calculation will take you to millions per mil. God will help us. A round of applause for me.
For semen analysis, you said that we should tell them to wash their penis with soap. That they should wash their penis with soap. Can't it affect them? You know, it affects women.
When you wash the penis with soap, you rinse it with. That's what I'm telling you. The man need to remove the trouser. That person need to remove the trouser. If you want to follow the WHO protocol, that means for you to use enough water to remove the soap for. But that means you go to a lab now because you want to do semen analysis. You now remove your box and remove the trouser. Come they wash yourself, then they now give you towel. That is why when you just ask them to go and do semen analysis, the essence of this lecture is Not all those sperm cells, not semen that you culture, that you report that they have staph, they are of infection origin. Some of them are contaminant, some of them are from the reactive oxygen species in semen. So don't just come to conclusion, check very well. If you find out that you see a lot of the BBC and before you go and culture, go and do leukocyte test in semen. You'll be able to know whether that sperm, that WBC is of infection origin or not, because that one will still have value. When the value is very high, you know that this is ROS in semen, it's not infection. God will help us. Yes? Huh?
Sincerely, I want to appreciate you, sir, because of this lecture. A lot have been learned. But the only thing that yesterday when you were teaching the module that you took us yesterday, you were telling us that the accuracy of this, or the accuracy, I'm just thinking about the accuracy of the results we are going to get when handled semen analysis. Because looking at the method that you are telling us this morning, you know, it determines the technicality of the personnel handling the samples. So I don't know how we are going to score the accuracy of the test results we are going to get after the semen analysis. Thank you.
I did one video, I put it online. I said any result in any man's hand is a reflection of level of competency of the person who did that test. Do you understand that English? The semen analysis result, your hand, you see in anywhere, reflection of the competency, the level of competency of the person who did the test. See what I've taught you this one now. If nobody do this and you issue out the semen analysis result, you yourself know that you have been doing it and you have been doing the wrong thing. That means all those results are not correct. So which means all of you need to go and domicile this lecture. If you want us to do Zoom again, for you to understand this, I don't mind. If you want us to come and do workshop like I told, where the lab on me, I don't mind. That is why I'm Ando Scientific. That is why people call me Ando Chair. I must take you to that promised land so that we can boast that we have people who can do semen analysis and the result will be correct. You no go cost you anything. Just go and get 5-star with 10, and I'm going to eat in the evening for that day.
What you are taking us is quite different from what we are doing. So I want to request, I don't know how this andrology of a thing can be included into the curriculum of MLS. You understand? Then how can you come back again? Because we can't pick, I don't know.
I told you I will come back when you are ready. I'm not the one that will say come. It is you who, when you go that platform, make it your group. When you made up your mind that you are ready. I told you I'm not taking money from you. I just need a single day to do it. So then I will come back and come and teach you. See, what I'm teaching you, this is what is inside WHO guideline for semen analysis. That's what I'm teaching you. I told you at the beginning, anywhere I went to, I will ask, how many of you were you trained like this to do semen analysis? No, which means the result that have been given to patients is not professional. And the aim of us, see, when I was telling you the aim of Andosa is for us to train you people very well. So that when you are talking, like my staff now, when my staff are talking about semen analysis, you will be looking at them like this. Because they know as much as I know. I taught them very well. They can use computer assisted sperm motor analyzer. I don't care if I train them today, they go to anywhere. I don't care, I don't bother. When they are writing their history, they must write it that somebody taught me this. When that line is not there, I go call them.
Thank you so much for the teachings. I'm so grateful. Sir, I want to ask a question. What's the solution to the cultural barrier that we have about the for the patient preparation, collection of sample, washing the pennies and all of that. What's the solution? Yes, we know that there's a problem because of our culture. So what's the way out?
The way out is you yourself need to be retrained and retrained so that when you see a masquerade, you will know that it is Andrology that is inside this masquerade. Yes. You need to be retained so that when you see a masquerade, the way this person they work, Andrology this and by the time you can talk like that, that means what that mean? That means if you are being trained very well, when you see a semen sample that is being collected because of the way they produce it, you will know. Like I told you now, you see a lot of sperm cells there on WBC. Go and do leukocyte test. In my lab, we have kits for leukocyte. What you don't need to do, maybe you select semen sample, see a lot of process. The first thing you do, you take the sample, prepare the slide, go and do leukocyte test. If that sample pass leukocyte test, it means if you culture anything on that sample, it's a contaminant. You need to round up now. If you face, you know that person, if you culture it, there's infection in that sample.
Thank you very much. My own is I don't think there is no cultural problem about this sample collection, because I believe that we have materials. When we want to do semen analysis, there are materials that are needed, and what we can do is to tell the patient that you also need to get a towel, get a soap for yourself, and by the time you finish your sample collection, you go away with it. So there won't be any background, any cultural difference or anything that you'll be thinking somebody has using your soap or using your towel for anything. Thank you.
You know my take on that. If I enter your lab now, I want to do semen analysis. I know that doctor has told me to abstain for 3 days. And now says, sir, Mr. Ugade, you can't do it now. You go back to your house, you come tomorrow. Come with a soap, come with a towel, then you can come and do something. What I need to do is go to another lab and go and do it. That what happy? Yes or no? Want to pass through any stress? The other lab go there. They won't ask you to start removing my boxer because I want to start doing semen analysis. Ask question.
Yeah. Anyway, all protocols duly observed. Still on the same point, while we are trying to protect our cultural values, like women, we go to all this our barbing salon now. Many of those people have this towel. That after barbing our hair, they put it inside one autoclaving whatever. It will be very hot, and they put it on our hair, especially when you shave it. Very hot. They use it to clean it before and they use that towel for as many people as possible. We don't think towards that side that maybe one lorry or one finger can see. But when it comes to the laboratory, I think as much as possible we need to follow the SOP. My own advice is that can't we get new set of handkerchief that when you prepare the patient and inform the patient of everything to get the standard result, then when the patient not take this handkerchief or towel itself, new ones. Go away.
The detailed lecture, even though I think we still need the hands-on, because there's no amount of here that will look like really practicing it or seeing it, because this is not something that you can get in one day. At a point, I just tuned off my mind. That's the truth, because I was finding it difficult to really keep up. But thank you so much, sir, for giving us a worthwhile time listening to your lecture. Please, can we have some decorum in the house, please? And this morning, we would like to appreciate our elder that is still around today. We'd like to appreciate our director from UCH, Mr. Odekome. We also like to appreciate the presence of the other speaker here present, and he's going to be taking his lecture right away. Topic is logistics and supply chain management in Andrology practice. I invite to the front MLS Pasasi. Can we give him a round of applause?
Okay. No. I think we are enjoying ourselves. Like I've told colleagues, andrology training is something we need to attend. It's not something that when you are thinking of money, the value is more than what you are paying for. And I will encourage us to join the group. And as you go, you tag along. And if possible, you can raise the money, go out and get trained further. So today I'm going to be talking about logistic management, and supply chain management in andrology. So my name is Fasasi Abdulkabir Abiodun. I'm also an MLS, as well as a public health logistician. Oh yeah, this slide. Sorry, it's not responding. Sorry, just a minute, please.
No, no. Oh, no, 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 no. On my tent. I don't tell you tired, make we do like extra cook, and we go back to the time when this love is share better. You know I love you, but I'm always under the line. You put me in the mood, and I know you want that too. And I can't show that you don't want that, baby. I just need my partner to. All right. The tea break will be going now, but because we don't have enough time, we still have to continue the lectures. Please, can we hear? So while they are preparing the computer for MLS Fasasis presentation, we would like to invite one of our other guest speakers here present to come and have his presentation. Can we give a round of applause as we welcome Dr. Fasasi? You're welcome, sir. Can we clap for him? We are clapping for our guest.
Jẹ́ kí a zoom.
Wọ́n ní iṣẹ́ bá ti já iṣẹ́ ti já nìyẹn. Ṣùgbọ́n àwọn ọ̀pọ̀ yìí pé iṣẹ́ ti já báyìí wọ́n ń gbìyànjú àti fi irọ́ ṣe ẹ̀ lóòótọ́.
Okay, please, we can check our manual. As a way of introduction, I want to talk about. Sir, I would like to introduce you.
Lórí àpàdé lóòótọ́, ṣùgbọ́n ipò àìlera ló wà.
So while we are preparing the slide, I just want to introduce us to the topic we'll be discussing. So we'll be talking to us on the diagnostic approach in the policy research on cultural and social challenges of reproductive health. Dr. Fasasi is the CEO, Foundation for Social and Human Development.
Good afternoon. I'm sorry, I actually left my pair of glasses at home. And so that is putting strain on me. But I'll try as much as while FK is trying to put it on slide. I'm expected to discuss diagnostic approach in policy research in cultural and social challenges of reproductive health. Let me say this. While I was trying to ask myself what were the motives of the organizer, they inviting me. I ran into front of one sensation. I was not American scientist, my younger brother, and that's FK. I'm sure you've seen semblance in the voice and the face. Apart from that, me, I'm a medical sociologist. And in sociology, we discuss group dynamics. In sociology, we look at socio-cultural injuries as they affect health, especially my own area. So I decided that ordinarily, then I also look at the team. The organizer said that of trying to the sexual and reproductive health, especially as it relates to male. And I also ask myself, what are we trying to do? Knowing that this is the first of its kind in terms of workshop or seminar that will be held in Oyo State. And I decided, okay, if you have invited me as a medical sociologist, and we have talked about social and cultural challenges facing sexual and reproductive health, looking at the diagnostic approach, which is your own area of concern as medical scientist or medical lab scientist, then let me handle it my way and let us go to a convergent to diagnose. For me as a sociologist, I always say the general problem people have is that they fail to understand the social model. Is that they fail to understand that there are other factors that affect health beyond the biomedical process or ideas. And I want to believe that that is why ART, which is related to methods of looking at sexual and reproductive health, then we need to look at the sociocultural factors. Any intervention, any innovation, any new method, any technique that has not taken care of the social effects. Oftentimes, even in ordinary intervention, even in politics, so finding myself in medical sociology is a choice. I had other choices. But I realized that people if people understand so that is at once the influence of culture and all other social factors in diagnosing sexual and reproductive health challenges. So let me just, while he's trying that, I think my eyes are trying to accommodate. I said, healthcare providers across sub-Saharan Africa continue to face challenges while delivering sexual health care services. Conducting reproductive health research also creates its own problems. Sexual and reproductive health is very vital for determining the general health status of men and women of reproductive age. It integrates the physical, mental, and social well-being of individuals. The WHO defines health as not mere absence of infirmity, but a complete state of physical, mental, social, spiritual, and emotional well-being. If you, that is the most recent definition. Look at those components. Physical. The physical health is what we generally look at. Show room for, show don't do, show okay. Well, we have not done further. The mental health. Of course, we know that one. The mental health is one area I also took interest. That is, there are no problem with no psychosis, no schizophrenia, no dementia, no this, no that are related to mental health. Then we go further and say social wellness. Does that intervene very well? Is it related to people how people should be related to? Is it not laughing when you should be crying? Not sick, but it's just that, you know, this concept of introvert, extrovert. Then we talk about emotional wellness. So, is it not a sadist? A sadist is not necessarily psychotic. It's just that emotionally, then spiritually, I was just coming, somebody was carrying up, you know, sociology is everything interests us. You know, somebody was just telling me on the radio and saying, who are their people? I want to know, yes. So it started scaring people spiritually. And they rather by you know, and the next thing they will start patronizing them. So if people feel spiritually not well, and that is when you begin to say, okay, let's go and link up with a spiritualist or a psychotherapist, or I want to call psychologist anyway. However, the challenges of STIs and infertility on rise don't sexual social cultural issues associated with sexuality. In the discussion of sexual and reproductive health, there are limitations in statistical factors. On social and ethically and methodologically sound, totally acceptable, and the community. We are saying that in most cases, just like what I said, there are challenges in conducting research, in intervention, in helping people who have sexual and reproductive problems. And those challenges are understanding the culture of the people, understand in a way that whatever you are doing to them is acceptable. There are always misconceptions about what issues are related with sexual and reproductive health. Of concern to me, maybe while that thing is coming, I want to do something. Of concern to me is the fact that what are the people's perceptions about sexual and reproductive health? For an average African, it is considered a taboo to discuss sexual and reproductive health publicly. Àwọn àgbàlagbà ló máa ń sọ, ọmọ kì í sọ léwe, ọmọdé ò gbọdọ̀ máa sọ. Ọ̀rọ̀ àárín àwọn obìnrin world globally sexual and reproductive health it seems like if you have a fertility issue, primary or secondary, sexually transmitted diseases, wọ́n ní tó yẹ bá ní gbóná, wọ́n ní ebi ìyá ló máa ń tà. So people really don't think the men are. Well, we don't go to that one. Now, most cases, women are seen as, in fact, to the extent that marriages have been broken, and women are believed to have what we call gender roles, that they have some role to play in ensure stability of the home, especially when it comes to issues of sexual dysfunction. Now, there is a need for a paradigm shift. But before you do your paradigm shift, you have to situate it in the context of why are people thinking like this. And you have to know at what level you work. Why we go ahead, you will see some of the areas that we say culture, whose belief, their religious beliefs have affected the acceptance of any new innovation. People's attitude to sex and the perceived role of sexual activity are very strongly influenced by cultural values. In some cultures, it is prohibited to discuss sex and sex-related issues in public. Culturally determined gender roles influence perception of sexual and reproductive health challenges like infertility and sexually transmitted diseases. Cultural values also affect attitudes towards sexual relations. Cultures define what integrity and help is sought. As to what, when you have sexual issues, sexual related issues, the culture of the people, their belief. When you talk of culture now, we say an all-encompassing. It includes language. Even culture here includes ethnicity. It includes religious beliefs and so many other things. So the belief of the people will determine that's what we call head belief. For some of us who must have gone through sociology will have understood process of 1963 that talk about head belief model. The head belief model says that people will naturally not seek for health care until certain factors are considered as important. One is that you will not seek for health care if you do not perceive any threat to your being, either to your business, either to your activities, perceive threat. They don't perceive any severity. The only power, they only perceive severity, perceive threat. Then if somebody is not skewing you to action, and this is that's the belief model, but it also leads to persons of CCO. Your ability to understand I am sick and I have a sick obligation to take this off, go and take care of myself. But for you to now do that is linked to your head belief model. That's what Russell talks about. And that's what to say it determines what you call the seeking behavior of people. Ó dìgbà tí àwọn èèyàn bá rí pé kí ni ìfẹ́ pa wọ́n, tàbí kò ní jẹ́ kó lọ sọ́kò, tàbí kò ní jẹ́ kí wọ́n dé èèyàn, tàbí ó jẹ́ nǹkan ìdójútì, tàbí ó lè burú mọ́. Abẹ́nìkan sọ fún mi, tètè mójútó. Is it that fatality? It is bad. Ó lè pààyàn. That is when you see them changing. And most of these things are situated within the culture and the environment. Example, you could say, but an abuse in Africa, in Nigeria, no, you have disposing social and until Agbani Darego became the most beautiful girl in the world. Nobody could play letter of the people's belief. These are changing in our culture. That's also a concern, and that is the truth. So this belief kind of help that used to be a general belief, especially in the psychiatric world, when the modern psychiatry says psychiatric issues, mental health issues are better managed. It's not the same in the African traditional medicine that sees it as something that can be cured. It is believed that, and then the causes are situated in the belief of the people, natural, and other factors, believing in spiritual causes of disease. The same thing linked to these issues of sexual dysfunction. People believe that infertility may be linked to ayéǹṣẹ́lẹ̀ yàtọ̀ rẹ̀ ní ọ̀dà. Not much, not man with lifestyle, especially talking about meditation. But most cases, that is what prevents discussion about sexual issues. It is about the spiritual world. And it will determine where they seek help. It is not often believed that when you have infertility issues, you should be to the hospital. And that especially when you are going to the hospital, your husband must also be tested. The that will come to people's minds is the fact that what you do makes it like should be bad. So the man is never suspected. Because the person that readily comes to the mind is let the find other man. And there's always another woman there somewhere. It's always the women population. There's always another woman available for you to take on. After that, to make effort to try that is called go. The other is for the other for the mama to be battling it as his own, as our own Allah. The generally held views on sexual dysfunctions are gender biased against women. In most cases, women are held responsible. I'm here. Okay. No, fathers. The generally held views on sexual dysfunctions are gender biased against women. In most cases, women are held responsible for sexual and reproductive health issues. Although epidemiological data on prevalence of sexual dysfunction across cultures are scanty, it is likely that prevalence varies, as well as pathways to seeking behaviors of in sexual function and dysfunction, where it is important to understand the perceptions of illnesses in terms of causes and treatment pathways. That it is the culture that determines it. Well, this has been well researched. This is linked to the social model of health. That is the role of this, we call it the role of the significant others. Those significant others are people who might not be related to you by blood, but are great influencers. When you have a sexual problem, the first person you confide in is your sister, your friend, your neighbor, your what you call confidant. That's a significant other. That is sort out. Those are the significant others. They influence your life. They are the ones that cues you to action. If he tells you, those ones are very significant. You rely more on them than any other person. But the one that will tell you where to go, what to do. The other perceptions of healthcare, unlike the trained doctors, biomedical model is a complex model which seeks to look at the relationship between patients' ailments and the social, natural, and spiritual environment. So, Americans must There must always be an appeasement of the God. And that again, there are causes that are situated not only natural, there is supernatural, and there is what we call preternatural in the African model of health. The complexity of African society with different cultural and religious practices, people's attitude and understanding of the matters. It has been established that there is a relationship between people and multiple factors which serve as stressors, like purpose. Those are the things that determine the power of economic issues. Nobody wants to go to hospital because it is perceived that it is too costly for them to go to hospital. You know, go to test, or again, the bureaucratic process in hospital. And also not matters. You go there, you move from the small, you go to the tertiary institutions. So there have been efforts on the social determinant of health, including SRH, the powerful influence of social context and precision upon care seeking and young by the WHO. Shows that other social factors that affected health. Most importantly, it's the sexual and reproductive health. That's why they talk about stress. You know that a man's performance, sexual activities is related to the state of mind. At a time when the reproductive hormones are strong and well produced, those things will come in essence and they will be discharged in essence to no place in particular. And at a time the woman's body system is receptive to be a key fertilization, that's at the time. Like this lecture was prepared this morning, between yesterday and this morning, because I was on a 10-day training program. I just came back to last 2 days ago. And of course, I moved from here somewhere else. So, what I want to bring on, I just ask for me to this is why do an assessment of my body. I'm fertile, very fertile. But the truth is that with age and activity, they are stressors. And of course, one of it's not about which motor is fine. It's about which motor when somebody when she called me and said, because I was also I'm not sure my glasses are in the car. But I spent about 30 years doing banking. One of the common things among bankers is secondary fertility. Yes, now what you know you are doing for so again, I call it secondary one. But a lot of the female bankers are becoming infertile. It became one of the reasons why I decided to explore it. I did a work of family plan. You can Google it. Basasi, Olowande, of family planning. And you discover that even women, there is the thing we call the environment. That is the here. It's the kind of stress you go with. Not only stress, nutritional therapy. What kind of food? What kind of environment do we provide in the uterus? Then spiritually, for me as a Muslim, don't forget that I'm also an African sociologist. So I still believe too that there is a need for me to do prayer. Islam kọ́ wa pé nítorí àwọn tí wọ́n bá ṣe oṣù yẹn gan láti máa tọrọ. That's the dynamic. When African or Asiatic, but that's a point that determines our platform. Oyinbo is more than medical care. For in terms of what do you call it? It's looking for a manufacturing system failure in the body. For me, as an African, I'm looking for what is it that is not right in the space? And so start seeking for natural solutions. What other what spiritual divine interventions? Okay. Several countries have attempted to focus on the women's of sexual and reproductive health as a critical and particular component of our general health of domiciles. People that I don't like using the word whatever. You see that we cannot even divide who's an adult now. Now in the population census, we told them to start the ball of and when that I was contesting in sociologically that I think I should know why it should and because I know now that the problem is that's why it is so look at elimination of violence. This is a key thing in the policies related to sexual and reproductive health now. We are saying elimination of violence against women and then a community involvement in control and management of violence against women. Step one from is the counseling of sexuality and sexual and something like this. Then treatment of one profit. Now which are done with the and participation in social that the total dimension of how which is sexual and reproductive often accuse the men from the physical need of sexuality and sexual reproduction, sexual and reproductive. And these misconceptions are men are sexual and cultural problems. You know, men, I don't know the man, you know, or whatever that's not. And you don't know person is going to tell on bed. You don't know. It's going to tell on bed. Unfortunately, when you start telling on bed, that they on my bed. That will sound sweet. But as a boy, picture of the it's not about even how it's not how fast, but it's how well and how active, how much the motility of that spermatozoa, because it's a race, and for the spiritualists they say in a race of life that involved more than 1 million sperm, you were the only one that succeeded in the beginning. Is it the victory from that? Is it the victory from that? Make fertility remains to men's essential about sexual activities. That the sexual activity doesn't mention activity. Makes us At the same time, there are nations across cultures. Yes, on SRH. Sitting there, we are focused on which also processes. I hope you understand. All situated on a wrong premise. The moment, so your diagnostic process will be wrong too. And that is of concern. The moment you begin to, because if you tell everything is about the woman and everything. But whereas it is not only about the woman, it also may involve the man. But the truth is that you need to understand why. If you don't understand the people's culture, if you don't understand their perception, you may not understand process. Because, like I said, you will start bragging. And of course, your hospital or medical institution can be stigmatized too. Nobody. That man is doing wrong with honesty. And if you then we will now tell them. How will you tell him? Let's look at your side. Because they have never had problems. So that is why even part of the social model is to look at the level of literacy of that person. His level of literacy, his interaction level, that's the social model. I talk about the significant others. These are the people who influence his thoughts. These ones we call significant others are so important in the social model of health, in our health-seeking behavior. If you ask each of us, even in our individual lives, that's the beauty of sociology. Even me coming here, my wife was aware. Money program even before I came in the 10 days program, and then I say now. You know why? That's even our culture. You gave me an emotional attack. So let that auntie become me. Emotional attack, and I became emotionally imprisoned, and that I have to be here. So I was also praying that the population center was changing the date. So that otherwise I have to see out myself. And I had done that for school of nursing on Thursday. So why would I ask the second time? Immediately project to immediately it was over 2 days ago. I said, Alhamdulillah. Then I needed to sit down. People something. Who are the people organizing it? I saw it just long ago. Then organize my thoughts. And then say, okay, what is the thing? What would they be expecting? So, there is a bidirectional relationship between andrology and social postural factors, such as religion and ethnicity, including language. I did a work on medication therapy. You would not believe that people, for them to even take a drug, that's why you see now giving us BBC. Even for us, we are, there is this ethnicity consciousness. Why should we be having BBC answer service? So even though they are relating good news, whatever, acceptability of that news, she attached more pay. Even who prefer to speak and think and write and BBC There is an attachment to ethnicity. Ethnic factor, like you do now in politics. The religion is a serious factor in everything we do. What does our pastor say? Even if, when you know about this health challenge, because the pastor has said, and you want to believe, you say amen. I don't know. I want to see the show and says, imagine yesterday I was watching somebody said, carry on answer to me something, and that they get and that is the influence. As it affects that kind of thing, the same way it affects their health-seeking behavior. Okay. Now let us look at there is a cultural coloration to understand the central dysfunction. I want us to go to cultural epidemiology of sexual dysfunction. Generalization of sexual dysfunctions are another success. But then this is that is the limitation of science. The thing you use in the West, you want to use it in the South. And the people in the West are different. Even our biological makeup also have spiritual makeup. That is the truth. The experience of instrument is a standard of sensitivity and specificity. Even the biological acknowledge that our polymelanin are only, even in our actions, in our thoughts. Epidemiological studies, there is one called social epidemiology, which I studied. You have to see the biological model. Social, that is to tell you, I do social epidemiology, the introduction of diseases. Why is it that some diseases are located in some areas and not in other areas? What are the social factors that cause them? So this cultural translation of measures, most of which are created in the West, must also be linguistically and nationally acceptable. And that is why we have to translate. How do you now translate andrology? This is a challenge. How do you the concept of andrology? Some of you made that Pentecostal. For me, I'm a Muslim. I don't believe in the church. You believe in the church. So if you say you give water, if you give me water, I will take. It's the relationship between you and my God. In terms of spirituality, I believe that I am my own assessment. I am my own measures of testing who is stronger. Allah says in the Quran, none of you is best in the sight of Allah unless the most pious. So I don't want to say that you are pious. How do you measure piety? So not the person that I respect, but I do not subjugate myself. I think we got out the response from political and practical circumstances. They go like that. If the policy does not focus sexual and reproductive health and trouble, that's what we can cover on psychopathic. For those in pathogenic, pathoplastic, pathoselective, pathofacilitative, pathoelaborative, pathoactive. Now go on, I'll come. Now, pathogenic this relates to how community or traditions can lead to cultural sensitivity, conditions, illness. That is cultural illnesses. Your culture will also help you health and health. Your own culture. That's a cultural nature. Ìgbàgbọ́ àwọn èèyàn ẹni tó tó ní ẹni tó ní kó lọ tó ní síbì kan for breast ọmọ you are not from drums òun ni sometimes àwọn àgbo kan láyé wà tó ti ń yọ̀ bí wọn ni a mú and it's going to the woman's uterus and at a time that your body system is effective of anything and can be destructive to your system. So that is where the pathogenic impact of something can come. Everything into the but the profit is when the shape the pattern of breast ọba sọ̀rọ̀ gbogbo látàrí ayé tó yẹ pé ìwọ náà wọ́n gbogbo social media ìlàpọ̀ àríkẹ́ àbúrò màró ní ìwé sàn àyíká àwọn ọmọ àti bẹ́ẹ̀ ní ilé yìí àyíká these are expressions òun kọ́ ló pọ̀ sí ẹ̀ òun ló yin jíjẹ ní ìfọwọ́sí situation even when you take some drugs you can meet some environment internally to be efficacious to be effective. But the kind of environment you create by the kind of by the kind of you kind of people you interact with, and only the guy, I mean, that was the lady that had psychosis. Moment tó kọ̀ ọ̀rùn báyìí bọ̀bọ̀ kan báyìí. Ó ti sọ ọ̀bí ọ̀dùnkì tó ń sọ ọ̀bẹ báyìí. Ó lọ́kọ̀ tó yí ni. Ìtọ́jú we now looked at the environment and say, I'm studying in this environment, you suppose this guy
We want to do presentation. I told us yesterday, where is MLS Akaria? Come out. Because for Osun Andrology, when they said they want to do it, I just encourage them, give them more support. They might disturb me because I believe they've done much. And I was very happy because who would disturb me? Interview my common back on me. Someone not to see me, but I think let me know bad times because they have been part of me in 2016, 17, 18. So much okay. So in fact, I told my wife, I said, mo wish go tell me lọ sí Òṣogbo. Those Alajas, they perform beyond my expectation. But that is the first time that first time we are going to Andrology and Lagos. First time we wanted to do it as ask somebody to gather people. Want to bring me last by the time we couldn't get the required number of people, and the member now asking for their refunds. I see someone that comes say hello. So you resorted to 419. You collect 7,000 from us. You did not organize the program. But no. Need to start paying back those money. We thank God. So I'm presenting a word of excellence. Services, live protection hospital, successful organization first. Of appreciation. So, Jamba Fairba I've done something of this nature before. No, I told you, I said to those that it took 1 year to convince Indian people. These are part of the time giving them. Say, can you see this one? I don't collect one award. I've collected, I've done another so, okay. Now, so it's one of the old and scientific number from 2016, right? Okay. Okay. So that I don't know that member they are online, so that they can listen to their names too. MLS approach this is MLS. No problem. When we are going to have a larger program in Lagos, in May, where I'm trying to invite uh, one of the directors of TV, we are going to in Cairo. If I want to come, so all of you that did that of Oyo, you come and collect your certificate in the presence of Cairo people in April. Dr. Fasasi, please come forward. I want to present this award of excellence to Dr. Fasasi LT. Come, sir. First of all, and this cultural and social challenges of reproductive health. I appreciate your coming because it's not everybody you are used to come and present. I used to agree. But you know what people don't know. One of my guys said something. If you know, say some you call them. But somebody will normally call for program in Lagos. The first thing that person will ask you is, a little affair for me. I'm telling yes. No, everybody, all of us, we recognize that we must pay for knowledge. But notwithstanding, you should develop interest in sharing knowledge. What they do, people like that don't know is, if you are very good and nobody called you, and you don't speak at anywhere, they won't know what is in your head. If I do not come here now and started talking about there's no way you will do that. I know that's responsible for I can't teach anybody. So you see, every that scholar, they now accept to come to program, not because of money, but because of interest in sharing knowledge. We appreciate you, sir. God will continue to bless you. Round of applause. Fasasi Abdulkareem Abiodun to come and do his own presentation was ẹ pàtàkì fún lóòótọ́ kóòtù jẹ́ òkú ti tèmi ẹ fẹ́ ṣe ẹ̀dọ́ ẹ̀kú kóòtù tèmi lánàá tóbi. Ẹ̀gbọ́n bá fábùlò ló ń ṣe ìrìnàjò.
Thank you very much, sir. So, thank you, Dr. Fasasi. For those who don't know, my being a medical laboratory scientist is a factor of him. My interest in public health is a factor of him. So he has been, my dad has been, I think it's going to be 10 years this year. So he has always been my dad, even before my dad was late. I think when I was doing my primary legal certificate, was when I was finishing in Ife. That time, I don't tell my dad, I don't tell my mom when I score money. Tell me. First. I got first position because I was a miscalculation. Eventually, we passed with flying color. I think I was the second best student in the whole of Mission West for my first. I still remember his name, Kazim Babatunde. So I don't know where he is now. So Aziz and himself, we are cousins. We are the factors that led me to go medical lab. So they just decided they did after I was not there. I wanted to do more. So they just decided go and collect from. And that's how I became a medical scientist. Thank you. So I'm going to talk about logistics. Though my slides are very short, but there's a point where I will be leading Andrology logistics. Because we've been having business. And if we go at now, by the time we are seeing the diagnostic materials, consumption, and our consumables, reagents and the likes. Scientists. And that is why we keep on having issues because the of all communities. When you don't know your my brothers, when you go to supermarkets, I don't know the likes. Until the late Professor Dora came on board and decided to sanitize that industry. And that is why I am glad for a person like Dr. Tazania coming on board and dynamics that is changing the landscape in diagnostic material marketing. You are not knowing. I was in the council yesterday. I've been in the council since. I just came back to Lagos yesterday and I moved in today because of this program. A lot of innovation is going on in that council. We need to be constantly availing ourselves of that opportunity. We just think they're still there. I was in one of the offices and they were even discussing about our challenges about e-certification and those of us who are about news. They said they didn't do anything. They stopped doing that. So they put it as easy. Their donors are not going to be easy donors. So you need to get yourself certified. And if you are not also concerned about the logistics aspect of your business, you are going to be running the business at a loss, God forbid. Because logistics is not the inventory management. What even the inventory management, how much are you managing the scientists? Especially those of us who are in public practice. Stores. I also, when I came back from my surgery, working with the NGO, I used to be of a senior medical officer in the government HIV program. When I came back, I even had a big manager, a project. When I came back and I got to the facility, it's just like I had to block the receptor in my brain, not pursue the wrong because I was always complaining. These are my thoughts. Anytime I go to the say, my Establishment and appreciation of that community. See this. How do you procure, how do you buy, how do you get your commodity? Have a client who has a need. Sister reproductive technology is as a necessity because there is issue with infertility and fertility. So we have infertility issues. So we now created a niche around that, and that is when we want to create the production process. Try and address the need of therapies. Then we have all those equipments about like CASA. I think we talked about CASAs, analyzers, and the likes. If you procure those tools, how do you get it to the end user? So distribution network, logistics, dispatch logistics. Involving the ordering process, how do you order? We have to process that brings from one area to another, and we have so many things, so many facilities, your physical that you have in your which see the validity of what you have, your cash to service. It's not enough for you to have those materials lying in your store. The clients are not happy. So how do you provide those things into services and then how do you ensure that people see services from you? Then more housing. Larger logistics and a house. Because when you need products, when you want to buy your item, supplier. The supplier must ask where they keep the things. Because if it's not on request, and they will send to the manufacturer, they must procure and store somewhere. So we are services because in a lot of materials. So those things you need to find a special one. It's very essential. Transportation, how do you get those things? How do you get IUR material that how do you get it to the end users? How do you get some like and the likes? Like so these are logistics address. In terms of logistic management, supply logistics, like this information. The advanced logistics. that are maybe sense. So something that was said to me. So when that will be the light, so those are the things that six to address. Simply customer everything around serving customers. What is the cost? You have to factor this in when you are selecting in-country medical in-country allowance. That is what will allow that outside Nigeria allowed. What is regulation does not allow what is the country allowed standard program was not taking anything that is coming from China. And I think it's still good. At a point, we purchased from MiFi for facilities. So I was spending about 20 million naira when I was with the NGO. They asked us to recall those things from facility. We recalled everything. And they said, as a punishment, we should go and dip our hands in our savings and go and buy another one. Their policy does not support Chinese products. So you must know what is the policy of the country. Otherwise, you will cost. What is the cost? There's no point buying from so you must do a analysis so that you look at which one is more cost effective. Those who are members of the you understand what I'm talking about, especially the private sector. But then it should not be at the detriment of quality. You can see that quality monitoring is almost in logistics. Then transportation and procurement. These are different board logistics. So specialization in logistics. Fires or masters. Some people procurement. That's why you see some people call them procurement. You may not know anything about classification. You may not know anything about forecasting. All it does is you give a list of why. You look at the most cost-effective with quality and price. But for a quantifier, what it does is you use data. That's why we say available information. All that related information. You look at data available to consumption data, mobility data, mortality rate, projected data, and all those data, studies or public health data. It can also be demographic data and use it to make informed decision. If you are going to go into andrology, you need demographic data. Who are those within the childbearing age that will be seeking my service? If you are in a place where there is aging population and you are talking about andrology and fertility level in that place is high. So, but if you are in a place where you have those that are of reproductive age higher, and then you look at what is the fertility rate area, and the fertility rate is low, then definitely you have a big market. So you must understand your market, you must be able to quantify what you need by using available data to make informed decisions. So if you are starting afresh, you cannot use consumption data because you don't have any. So for those of us who are just going to start newly, you will need to use what we call mobility data. These are data that are talking about the prevalence of such things within your locality. So that is what you will rely on to start your business. But for those of us who have already started, who have clientele loads, you can say, okay, averagely, at so-so season, at so-so time of the year, I'm expected to have a surge, or I'm expected to have a spike, or I'm expected to have a dip. So you know what to quantify, based on your forecast and what to procure. Then inventory management. If everything is bought, you have forecasted, you have quantified, you have bought. So how do you now do your inventory? How do you manage those commodities? How do you ensure that you don't run into expires? That is why we need to network as laboratories. So let's not just do it alone. So let's not do a lone ranger stuff that, okay, no, I don't need any other person. Network with other laboratories so that you know, lab A, I have so thing in SS and I'm going to run into expire in the next 3 months. What is your workload on it? Do you have new ones that I can just transfer some to you so I can get those to replenish my stock? You must have a network of laboratories. So as we come here today, as we join the Andrology team, and as we open ourselves to start testing and start doing Andrology services, we must also create that network so that it helps us to manage our inventory, so that you don't run into a loss by having too much of what you don't need, and then nobody's there to help you to take it off you. Because the man next to you may just be thinking about buying those things that you have in excess. So if you have that network, you just put it on your network. I have also things that will expiring in so day. Then somebody will say, can you give me like 20 lots? Can you give me like so batch? Can you give me so number? So it also helps. Then of course, and distribution. So these are what I really want to speak to. These 7 hours of logistics. You know, I mentioned that. I said, how many hours does logistics have? It used to be 6, but now it is 7. Now, the first one is the selection process. What product do you need to start as andrologist? You need to select your product, and you need to be well informed before your selection, and that is where your training proper comes in. And that's why you need to be closer to an established person so that you don't run into a loss by starting such businesses. You select your product. After your selection, then who is my customer? Who am I buying this product for? Who do I expect to come and seek my services? You must be able to identify your customers, and you must be able to know how to reach them. You know how to do your targeting and how to reach them. Believe it or not, this symposium will expand the network for Andro Chairman. Am I right? Some of us, we have people who, because at our expertise level now, we are confident, we refer to him. And those referrals, they are not going. So, before you know it, you go to meetings, you speak, like he said, you go to places where they call you, talk about your product, your services, those things you do, why they should seek it, and you are creating your customer niche. You are spreading your net gradually. So he's spreading his net. I don't know whether it's Obu now that is next. And possibly, he has done Lagos. They are calling him in Gombe now. The YMLS wants to take him to Gombe. So you can see the spread. So you spread your customer base, identify your customer, and know how to spread your customer and how to. Then the timing where you will need it. For those of us who may want to go into the marketing part, how do you stock on time? And how do you know what to stock? How do you move? If I order something for you and I expect it like yesterday, and I'm bringing it by next week. When we say like yesterday in logistics, that means ASAP, get it to me immediately. And you are bringing it to me next week. I will not patronize you again. If you do it first time, I say it's a mistake. Oyinbos don't say something is a mistake. They will reject it and ask for a refund. And I know Nigeria is getting to that stage where your customer will just reject your product and say, give me a refund. I've done it for Rhino. I ordered something, they were not acknowledging my order. Then I went online, I grabbed. Same day, the two were brought. The one I ordered first, I rejected it. I said because I have paid for the new one. That's it. That I said I returned. I just wrote and I wrote my reason, and they returned it back. And that is reverse logistics. And it is because they have to pay the guy to bring it back. So the timing for your product reaching the consumer is key. The place. You don't go to, like I said earlier, you don't go to a place where their fertility level is high and say you want to practice reality. They'll be looking at it, is this one okay? You go to like Kano and you say you want, I am an AI, I want to do assistance. They said you want to even, you come and assist us to evacuate all these children. They are even too much. So you need to know your location and localization of your business. You must target the right place. So then the delivery of your product must also be to the right place. Not that Mr. A ordered something and you take it to Mr. B's place. That's wrong logistics. It's going to cost you because Mr. B is going to reject it. You have to do a reverse logistics and still have to satisfy Mr. A. So you must know how to deliver those products at the right time to the right place and then at the right condition. You cannot bring something to have rejected something at facility level because I understand that it should be maintained at cold temperature. And I look at that van delivering it, I don't see an AC. I said, can I see your temperature logger? The guy said, why are you asking for it? You are the only one that is asking me for temperature logger. He brought it out. I said, don't, just let me climb your van. I climbed the van. I found the temperature logger on an ice pack. Do you know that? It will always show cold temperature. Whereas it was not storing the commodity in that place. It was left in the open van. So what you are getting is the wrong thing. So how do you ensure that you distribute and deliver at the right condition that reagent consumable service was it the right, delivered in the right condition to your client, not the one that you want to give a result and you throw it open to everybody. So you have to look at all these. These are ethics of logistics. Then the right quantity. If I'm ordering, am I ordering rightly? Am I over ordering? Am I under ordering? What do I need? So that's why quantification forecast, is very key before you procure. If you over order, you will run into expires. Because you must know your average monthly consumption before you start ordering. What do I use averagely in a month? What is my stock on hand? If my stock on hand is going to take me that month, why do I need to order this month? If it's going to take me so month, why do I need to order before that time? So you must be able to set what we call your minimum stock level and your maximum stock level. Your minimum is at this level, I must order again. Your maximum is at this level, I must not order at all. So you must know the right quantity of what you are ordering and at what cost is it coming to you. That's like I said earlier, it doesn't make sense if Mr. B is doing the same thing as Mr. A, is producing the same thing as Mr. A, the same quality, offering me the same quantity, and I still go to Mr. A whose own is more expensive. So you need to choose your reagent, your consumable and equipment rightly to ensure that you break even. It's very key for any business. So what are the objectives of logistics? Having understand all the 7 R's of logistics, The objective is to increase efficiency. If you do it right, your efficiency will be increased. You become more efficient. If you do it right, you have reliable and consistent delivery performance. Your customer will enjoy your service because you will always deliver to time. If somebody walks in and demand a test, and because you don't do proper inventory management, of course, you have been the patient, you have collected the sample, you go into your store only to discover you don't have the reagent. That means you are not doing your things rightly. So if you do it rightly, see, the cost of not doing it right at a go is that you will do it again. So get it right the first time and you get it right. Then so you have minimum product damage if you order rightly and if the product are delivered in the right condition to you. If you don't order the wrong thing, they won't deliver the wrong thing to you. If they do, it's their own detriment. And if you have a good manufacturer or supplier, you less issues with damages. And then your warehousing, how do you store your things? Is it a place where rats comes in and pee over everything and damage the packaging, damage the materials, damage everything? So you need to look at your storage. If you do your storage very well, minimum damage will be what you have. And of course, if you have burglary, you don't just leave your stock unattended. It is cash in hand. You know what it means now. We all know what it means now. Your physical cash is part of, yes, those reagents are your physical cash because you can turn them into money anytime anybody walks in. They are not your bankable cash.
Please, what's the name of
so they are your physical cash. The ego you can touch, you can feel. Like Iboman will say, the one you can, so you need to take care of your money. Yorùbá will say, igi tó bá ń so owó fún mi, èèyàn máa ń ṣe kí ni, èèyàn máa ń tún díẹ̀ ṣe ni. So you need to take care of your stock level, take care of your stock, store your reagents, your consumables, your equipment, maintain them as at when you have service arrangement and all those things. Those are part of your logistics. So that you keep on running your business and you have minimal shutdown time. Because that is what logistics aims at. It aims at making sure you keep on running your business and have minimum service interruption. Reduction in transportation costs. When you order the right thing, the cost of transportation is reduced to you because you will not be sending back. Sorry, this is not what I meant to order. Can you please? You will still send it back. And you pay for that. The company will tell you our return policy is that when it is not us that makes the mistake, you must pay additional cost for reverse logistics. Then if you run into expire, you need to pay. See, it is in Nigeria that we don't do things rightly. You should pay for reverse logistics. Government should be the one to come and evacuate those things because some of them are environmentally toxic. And they should be the one to help you to dispose of them. Then quick response, you are able to respond better and quickly to because your reduction, you don't have overstock. So the gains of logistics. So you can see fundamental change in inventory, philosophy, product line proliferation is reduced. Computer technology, because with advancement in services, there will also be need to aid that service. That's why we have CASA. Improve turnaround time for our clients, and that is where CASA comes in. We need more reliability. Reduction in economic regulations. If you don't order the wrong thing, if you follow the in-country guideline, then custom will not impound your goods. And if custom impound your goods, you know what that means. You start running from pillar to post. Your money is tied down. If you borrow loan from the bank, interest is going on and production is not moving, and you are running at a loss. May we not run at a loss. Stage of logistics. Use of and information technology. So these are, I don't call them disadvantages, just challenges. Challenges of coordination. How do you coordinate your logistics? The multinational and large companies. The bigger your facility, the bigger your establishment, the more your headache. Because you need a more robust logistics. You just have to go beyond ordinary inventory management. If you have a larger organization where you have branches, scattered all over the federation, and you need to ensure that every one of them is working effectively. Legality, the legality of the inventory management, like I said, custom regulation, country regulation, policies, and the likes affect you. Know what you can bring in and what you cannot bring in, and what can be impounded. Andrew Chairman told me I wanted to buy something, IUI Media, and he told me the catheter was impounded from his supplier. The catheter was what millions was impounded by custom, because only God knows what the issue is. And it's not the first time she was importing. Maybe there is a regulation change, or maybe it's coming from a country where it's a red flag country. If any import is coming from such country, custom will hold it first. They don't want to know what is inside it, and they will quarantine it and start asking you questions. Bring this paper, bring that paper. So beware of legality when you do your. In conclusion, if you wish to trump over your competitors, if you wish to make it more and fly higher, you need to invest in technology. It's not only Andrology that is doing semen analysis or hormonal assay, but he has invested heavily in computer technology, information technology, computer assisted technology, and that is why he can tell you boldly, without sounding immodest, that if I do the test here in Nigeria, take it anywhere, if you like, go and sue me, we'll meet in court, because he's sure of what he is doing, and it is as a result of an investment in technology. Technology helps you to do it better than your competitor. So let's learn how to invest in technology. You know, they buy it now. Effective management is to improve the efficiency of increase productivity. That is the way of logistic management. Is to increase efficiency of your operation. When your efficiency increases, of course, it will lead to more satisfaction from your customer, and when your customers are satisfied, they will always come back and do referral. For you, for women, if somebody in your hairdresser is doing your hair very well, of course, without paying you, somebody says, I like your hair. You say, I did it at so boutique. They are good in this, and you start advertising. If somebody sees, you women, and when you say, would I like to tell you, Taloba, it's so fashion. It's located at so, without paying for the advertisement. You start the advertisement free of charge, and that is how it is. When somebody says, it is not easy. When somebody has been looking for the fruit of the womb for 10-15 years, suddenly have one. Those around them who knows the problem before and have similar problem, or they know someone that has similar problem, who approach them, madam, and you become the mouthpiece of that person that helped you to achieve it. References.
Thank you for that wonderful lecture. We are grateful. And as we round off, we are gradually coming to the end of this symposium. I believe we've been having a good time since yesterday that we started. Well, before we go to the last lecturer of the day, or let me say second to the last lecturer, I want to introduce the presence of DDMLS of one of our hospitals here in Oyo State. Mrs. Adegbite, is she available? Please, can we see you? You are welcome, ma. And we have the next lecturer here seated. You will agree with me that we will not finish this symposium or it will not be a complete one if we don't talk about how to choose the right panel of tests for assisted reproductive technology. And the person who is going to be doing this is a gynecologist and a fertility specialist. He's the CEO of the Light Hospital and Fertility Center, Challenge Ibadan. Welcome with me, Dr. Harem Emmanuel. You're welcome, sir. Please just come. You can start immediately. And his wife is also here. Can we give her a round of applause as she picks up her hand? You're welcome, ma.
Hello. Good afternoon, Exodus. So, you have to contact this patient did not produce samples just to investigation. Oh Lord, the person didn't produce sample now because I can't find the person's record in urinalysis and I can't find it in stool analysis. Two of them can be missing.
Olè. Olè.
Daniel.
Olè burúkú. Ó lọ jí power bank.
Dream ló wà nílé ìgbà.
Ok, ọmọ tó sẹ́yìn tó wá fún mi ẹ̀ ní bá dé mọ́tò.
Bẹ́ẹ̀.
Ilé ti rí.
Oh, okay.
Ìyá ẹ̀ tó kú.
Oh, okay, bẹ́ẹ̀ ni mà.
Ó kọ́ gbogbo blóbló bẹ̀.
Okay, mo rántí. Oníṣẹ́ wo ló ń ṣe Yahoo student ni?
Ìyàwó ìlú ẹ̀ tí ò ṣiṣẹ́ tó fún ìyá ní ibi tó lágbára. Wọ́n kan náà ń fọ owó pẹ̀lú àìkú.
Go.
Thirty-five years. Once a woman crosses 35 years, the fertility potential is reduced by 50%. Therefore, if somebody is getting married at that age, they will not wait till 1 year to be seeking for fertility assistance. In their own case, they give them 6 months. And any woman above 40 or 40 you are getting married should start immediately, because the woman have been born with the egg they are going to produce for the rest of their life. Immediately they are being born, and it's every month. Therefore, if the woman starts menopause early and menarche early, is going to end picking setting, there is a problem, because when we begin to look at the quality of the eggs, we talk of 3 days in a woman: the age of the patient, the antral follicle, and there is a particular test that we have to receive for lab scientists, which is what we call anti-mullerian hormone. If the anti-mullerian hormone is depleted, we have not gotten how we are going to revive a woman's egg up to now. We have gotten the womb. It's not the egg that it's not the womb that it is the egg that moves. When she's gospel like this, can I go for a solo time? Why is I there? No problem. December last year. Yes. I cannot display the picture like you can. Some of as why that breast so much very common. The second types of assisted reproductive technique, gametes intrafallopian tube transfer. We call it gifts. In this involves use of a fiber optic instrument called a laparoscope. Sorry, I don't know whether you have seen a laparoscope before. We have not seen it. Okay, no problem. If you have not seen a laparoscope before, it's presently we call some things we call minimal access surgery. We use a laparoscopic surgery to carry out some surgery these nowadays. In gynecologists, we have hysteroscopic resection. We can use to resect endometrial polyps, resect. In fact, presently, when you have some patients that have adhesions in the womb, maybe because of complication of abortion, miscarriage, or previous surgeries, and you have done your normal additionalities, we call some condition we call hysteroscopic resection of the uterus. That we lice it directly under direct region. We can break it down so that it helps us to resolve some of those things. So we can go into the laparoscope to visualize the internal organ. When we visualize the internal organ, we can remove the appendix through that through a very tiny hole. It's a minimal incision. We will not see it. It's a day procedure, and the patient will leave the hospital. So the climate is to transfer. We use that laparoscope to see the ovary. So we pick the egg, we pick the sperm, we don't fertilize the tube, we now put it through the tube, fallopian tube. You know, the concept of the nature is this. When a man and a woman, when they say they are following their ovulation time, when the woman ovulates and you meet around that time, the cervix is receptive. So it doesn't function, everything goes into play, goes into the tube, fertilization takes place in the fallopian tube, and before the embryo is transferred to the uterus bag, it takes 7 days. Anybody on contraceptives or anything that will slow the movement of that embryo for that 7 days because of the ectopic pregnancy for some people. They don't look for pregnancy, they are trying to prevent pregnancy and then they will extend up with ectopic. That is if the tubes are not. When we are talking of gamete intrafallopian tube transfer, that means you believe that what you are putting inside that tube will reach the uterus within the next 7 days. So if you think that the tube is blocked and you are doing gamete intrafallopian tube, you are just increasing the chances of ectopic pregnancy. I think we are getting what I'm saying. So in this, and this one also involves some minimal incision that we actually is a surgical procedure, but it's a laparoscopic. So we use a vibrating instrument called a laparoscope. It is guided through the transfer of unfertilized egg. The egg in this case is not fertilized, and sperm. That is why they call them gametes. That they transfer into the fallopian tube through small incision in our abdomen. We go through the abdomen, not through the cervix. Unlike IVF, we go through the cervix, but we are not putting gamete in the cervix. We are putting embryo. Embryo can be the one embryo are the one that have 2 pronuclei. You can see the pictures of the egg and the sperm inside the egg. That's a sign that fertilization have taken place. It is human being that procrastinates. Embryo or babies, they don't procrastinate. If a day 3 embryo or the 4 embryo is looking like day 2, you already know that there is developmental arrest. That one is not going to achieve anything. A baby that you see yesterday, that you see yesterday, must be different from the one you are seeing today. So yesterday it was egg, then you see 2 pronuclei appear, tomorrow you see 2 divided into 2, next tomorrow it is divided, then become compacted in day 4, in day 5 become a blast. If you waste your time on day 6, become expanded and becoming an arching blast. The embryo should arch inside the womb, it should not be arching outside. And that's why we transfer the best high quality embryo anybody can give in the world is the 5 embryo. Now, the third one, we call side fallopian tube transfer. The difference between the two is just inside the fertilization is elaborating and using it's already fertilized. We use the same laparoscope. And laparoscopic transfer of the fertilized egg into the fallopian tube. When somebody will not say that and putting things in the fallopian tube. When it's easier to pass through the cervix and we don't go through surgery. Yes, what's an embryo that is less than that day will not implant inside the uterus. There is a law governing everything. What you see half in the tube is different from what you have in the endometrium. And you know one thing in IVF is that when you stimulate a woman today, you trigger today, you retrieve today, the endometrium start counting. Either it is your own egg or a donor egg. The one go to day 1, day 2, go to day 2. If you transfer a woman with embryo different from that day, there is something you say implantation window. Implantation window will close. So no matter how good that embryo is, it will not implant. And somebody will think that IVF has failed. No, it is the concept of our practice that failed. Now we move on to the last one that we want to talk about is ICSI. This one is widely practiced, and with this ICSI we thank the science of today, because with this ICSI it has helped many people that have not been possible to attain their own biological child to have their children. What do we call ICSI? We call it intracytoplasmic sperm injection. But how good the egg is, the sperm is so bad that they cannot fertilize it. Or some people, when they produce the sperm, they have what you call severe oligospermia. Some people does not even have sperm at all. Some people are asymptomatic and they want their baby. And when you tell them they marry at the age of 22, the wife was young and they knew that the sperm was not there, the man was asymptomatic. Let's do something about it. Let's use a donor sperm. No, I don't want donor. No. They continue like that. True, they don't want donor. And me too, I support that they should not want it. True is that what if this woman that during her own reproductive age she's getting older? She's going gradually to 40. A man can reproduce sperm every 3 months. The sperm destroy, another one replaces. So you cannot compare yourself with a woman that once she's 35, getting close to 40, she will be struggling with her baby until, and later the ovarian reserve is depleted. She doesn't have to. We have to seek the donor. Thank God for donor. If not, many people's reproductive cycle will have been written off. Now, when we now see in ICSI, if the sperm is not bad, the man is asymptomatic, what tests are we supposed to do? One of the tests we need to do, though I will be talking about some tests we are going to do, it's not a special thing because it's still part of it. We're only saying that we want to achieve high success rates, choosing the right panels of tests. You have a question? Okay. Okay. Sorry, I'm sorry. Although I'm trying to differentiate them. Yes. They are similar, but it does little different. That's why I dwell on the IVF more, because in some cases a little bit simpler, other than other that we may need to invasive some decision and also use some special instrument to do. Now the third one is prefer for which is the last it can either be of Although the first one for food to begin at this level, somebody was actually mentioning that no money, nothing. How do you show that the second one for her? Unfortunately, it's such a depending example. Also, pictures and I for the Ghana transfer. I said to them, more than that, not just after the transfer, not the implementation. But not looking at the situation, it's negative back. What was the technical president so that is something. And then the day, something now, what about the number of records that which increase our success rate by transferring and forgetting 20% on some success, sometimes we are 200% many times. So most of the operation of the bank is the bank of the now, I what are the four things you need to consider? Number one is the age of the woman. Now, I want to inform you what I have not My is not coming every month. It's not coming every month. It's not my 2 nights of surgery. It's not going back to lots of infertility research in damage. Now, it's not coming every month. How does it come? It comes every 35 days or it may even skip per month. The person in that particular person is not implant. The essentially that the person is acceptable. Actually, I will confirm that allowing between for a analysis. It is transparent for the timing. So tomorrow. Is not pregnant. Something is obstructed, and the plan is open. Something is obstructing the sperm and the dog from moving. Remember the people that one, which is so for that, in our lab, we should go for the community. Let us see in the manner in the manner we take the course of the elimination of that patient. What is the luminal program? Our solar sciences, which definitely energy, polarization, and from that, most important not one to 10, when you fix the last time, you must believe this man to have X. What is the effect of system? You need to when it's not that, it's going to be a kind of a system. Instead of that process of the energy of the training for one. You are the kind of negotiation with consistency. Like this. Because criteria of the administration of ultrasound soliciting so being directed for that can ask children. Everybody can have problem. Now, so before 35 at that age, you see less than 21. So give that man anything. Now you make some mistakes. When we have this level of facility, we need to push it and continue to take it like that. Not only monitor, not everything. But at the end of the day, When a woman is having PCOS and you are taking some of that thing, it can either be isolated or they even get pregnant with them have miscarriage. Why? Because the ovarian enzymes have not been controlled because pregnancy takes place. So that is very, very important. Then most women above 40, I can't say them for IVF, I'm sorry to say. Because now in above 40, we are not what we want to do with it. Because for a woman above 40, request for HIV. And I used to tell people, what are you doing at the younger age? Before you reach 40, and you're not coming to me that I something like that. What is that doing for you at 40? People getting pregnant right after from because when a woman begins to go seeing that particular thing, they increase the chances of congenital abnormalities in children. Normal children are linked with advanced maternal age. Now, people know what I know the funny thing by yourself, abnormalities of the time, or is abnormalities. When it is the IVF and you see that kind of thing, abnormalities increase. Right? Because you are also manipulating this kind of but we see this abnormality, we don't see it in the setting. As many people that we see every day, I've read every single principle. Now, so we now talk about the second of this we want to do is the sex of the person. This is a thing that I think that should come to our mind. This is a thing that should come to our mind. Now, let's for the bill. Normal phone can be to 15 million. So some people when they have less than 15, they go call to Ligosmania. When it is more than I'm not pregnant, the person can get pregnant. No such that. I am normal like this. You have 150, 200 million, and yet they don't lack capacity to fertilize the egg. Because I've seen a situation whereby the capacity to fertilize the egg. That kind of problem. When the fertilization for a good sperm. Now, these are the standards in which we talk of these are all the advantages you can see in here. They don't pay that much in assisted consumption. I think that it's your like that. I look like your mother. I look like your mother. You look like your grandfather. Because there's a lot of inheritance because of assessment, because of inheritance. Anything you like. Father, my also independent assessment. You can decide to prove the face of the brother and decide I want to prove everything in this mother. I don't want to prove anything in this mother. That's why you see somebody I what is important is academic background and like something like that now. Because I'm back, that's why I married somebody that is not back. So somebody that is there are most men when you give up a child that is like of God, so that we are that together. So what is one value? What is something to so what I say that somehow say we don't know we need to talk for one thing that's is small things. Yeah. Some of them are undefended cases. And some of them, when the doctor knows them, they already know that they are the end of the case of schizophrenia. So that means to order some person alone. I want to do something like schizophrenia, and the person is saying something. She has not getting money before, she has not getting money before, she has not done anything, the family is and you find that what is not spam. If you run the family and continue, or leave themselves like that, or the foundation. What is from there? Because the president is also successful. That's now when my students is not in you see the way I think this is something to do. Something to do. So I know for a woman to have problem. Most of the women cannot carry inside our home. It's not pregnant. It doesn't take in pregnancy. It is donor egg and which was for even that donor egg not see such people. I want to tell you, that is like that. Yes, and you say no, but it's with our own distance. So that is because we don't do another thing for another thing also play a role. But I want to assure you something. And people that it's not because they want another wife. So they want children. They want is bring another wife into the house. That same wife is bring into the house. That is the same thing that in the and be impact. I have sometimes still unfortunately that even if they bring for the first wife. I'm trying to different from that. So the one that is important in some of these things. What are the problems of this you want to do? I say it's one to do external provide. We must not really FSA decide we correct the human imbalance before we go to assisted reproduction. And you that egg, traps like that, you put that egg, you fertilize that egg, from the hormonal imbalance. And at the end of the day, because what's supposed to be the individual is not doing it well. And that's why the sense of people have the testosterone insufficiency. And we will have that's also church. You need to be thinking of constant support. If you have to initially, once the end implants back to normal, that in before we put that inside. I mean, sorry, inside. It should be sit on just like from after somebody is lactating, coming from the process. We know by the process of the position analysis, the prolactin is information. Because when a woman is lactating, she must not ovulate. That's why we call lactation syndrome. Something like that a woman that is breastfeeding and testing that period, that breastfeeding will not be accepted for her. That's why and that's why that time. Some people say that breastfeeding. That's when when they come, and somebody is having galacturia, I will say person should go and put it. That is not the right panel of tests. Now, the people that something like that, first I should do, let us do relaxing. There is no infertility that you not do analysis to it. When the analysis is not there, I've seen and you see, I usually advise you want to take the woman are the people I want to answer to take them to. Let me give example. If you are not down here, let me give we have seen many times that the man that is Hispanic, spam. I'm telling you the fact. The first time I said this thing, I've already seen the mass human analysis that was very good. And I told the man that I want the man to do to come to send it. So the man came I said, sir, I said, I will need to look at your test because I believe I was the one that made it mistake. Because I didn't say anything. And that's why I will need to say, I think let me repeat it because I should not even say what I saw. Because I know I've seen the cases that were meant for me before, like it was not like that. No problem, I don't know that. Sir, what I saw in the place is that I didn't see any downstairs. In fact, I think what I said, maybe something is wrong. I say we have to confirm it confirm it before. I think that I give one that resource. You can put on things don't happen like that. You don't finish. So when the man produces, it's not if another less for them. I'm sure them are doing themselves. So I know most of the time that I'm looking for it's better for the product to perform. Now, what aspirated ultrasound. Ultrasound is very, very important in every woman because that's the hallmark of where the pregnancy is going to be carried. Sorry. I'm sorry, man. It's okay. So like I said, everything is regular, everything is factory, and that not missing. It is likely that the woman is having blockage. Then the problem is related to that. Ultrasound then we've not seen this kind of thing before. Then are also part of it. What of our kind of competence? see that one in ultrasound. When you can pass 5 figures by liter and passing through the whole through structure like this and pass out through it, then the reason is likely to be having cervical infection. That person is not going to come. Or in the system that we do cervical satellite for our patient. I don't say it's number one. Always, you know that let's remove some endocrine disorders. Let us use private section cases as part of our process. If you most of the side effects of other ones that you can use. Something down the what happening is now, these are normal patients. Assisted conception, some of them. But things are talking about all of them in conception as well. From together, I don't also that I saw the last time. She doesn't have trust, and the best for it. And the situation was popular. I didn't see your person. Administrated. Things have not been administrated. All your parents, the parents, it has not been administrated. What's the problem? It's not trust. I think about that. That's what says it's an abnormal development of the so there was an arrest in the development of the ovarian tract. So that can still get pregnant because we have found that got pregnant in our place. And they started carrying the baby. And that baby is right. So when we went to test and they didn't get it, and then no switch like that, and that's okay. I have one again that had problems in the UK presently. They have similar things like that. So that's it. So I'm trying to come down our place, the current thing that needs to be awful. We have the and in first. From some of these genetic studies now, I know most of this thing we have to go into some mistakes and able to dissolve that in the steps of our testing. There's things of gas, just like I told you, it's not that connects the sperm, the ejaculatory duct, so they cannot produce gas. Now, now, development have not been like I told you before, I want to process the issues on its own, but we get the outcome. I will find out how you sure that it's not the thing that you sign, we usually say to instead of saying, I'm sorry to say, so now, I don't go for abnormalities and that in short. Not as microscopically selected ones. Selective span is from the degree of chance of select. Now we're even I want things like and protection and extraction. I want to and that is the process of sex selection in IVF. Since I don't know Controversy, difficult of this. And that's not first of the cloning. Don't encourage me. Assessment, your life, and if we get through any time that we since after since it's only been animals when they make some now about the first some people negative and have been sacrificed. Not 30% of people that are resource negative are immunologically non responders. So can simplify. So how to get out the miscarriage, miscarriage. And normally the supposed to society program antibody. Now, when we take program, we're supposed to be taking in pregnancy. First trimester, second trimester, and that. 6 months of that. All that becomes inside. So when you have people that become so very sensitized, any time that you get stress, fight it. And the thing to answer to say, I was in a situation. Because simply to spontaneous some conditions now and trauma or practice. And the practice is the difference of the to you in other places other than the and the person is the pressure to translating can also be because of when they are doing can also be when they are menstruating. The difference something they are menstruating and the process. I think for and just as I like see somehow from type of it, I think like young, but span or those will be necessary when it the effect is almost fine, just like when you program in outside. If they are going for inside sexual service and pregnancies, it's like of partners. And in certain part, compared to 95% of cycle, they will definitely like my conclusion. Technology Then we have to sample and people focus. Then there is actually some issues that will afford in the confused. The problem of I think for diagnosis will help in resources in the
Round of applause. An eye opener. Thank you so much for the lecture. I'm sure you give you 5 hours. You will continue to talk about this subject. Wow, can we give him another round of applause? Thank you, thank you, thank you. We are grateful. Well, I will just take 2 questions because during the course of the lecture, someone was trying to ask questions. I'm sure 1 or 2 other people might also want to ask questions. So just 2 questions because of our time. You can come forward. Come on.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Lecturer. My question is about the ethical aspect of this. It's about the ethical aspect of this lecture. There is this thing I heard about. Is there a way that people donate their eggs? As in, what is the ethical aspect? Because I've known people that even their parents don't know that they are donating eggs while at school, and they are doing it. That should be an ethical. Then the second question I have is on the issue of a man and a wife and a wife. So the man donated the sperm, the wife over 40, I think she's around 50. So they now got from a donor. Is it necessary that the man knows or not? Ethical aspect.
Okay, let me answer the first question because I remember I watched a show on TV recently and there was a lady who was a surrogate mother. And by the time she had given birth to the baby, she had developed ties for the baby. You get what I said, sir? The surrogate mother didn't want to release the baby. And she was claiming that the mother, the real mother who she was doing the surrogacy for, didn't stick to her part of the agreement. The woman promised to send her out of the country for studies, but she didn't do that. So she also decided she's not going to release the babies. And then there were lots of issues. So can you just tell us what are the things that we can put in place to prevent such issues?
Thank you very much. In the olden days, we use substitute mother's egg for IVF. But this is for surrogates. The biological mother of that and the expression that the teacher will teach most of the time, ceremony does not move them. From the theater. Yeah, you also find that contrast. Not for them to line it's one these are not the inside track from that in the town. And we take care of them. That will and we say the ceremony. So it is not possible in some countries. The ceremony that does not have the right to bring that right. Every person is the sperm of that man is the one that have the right to bring that man. I don't say that the person belongs to my wife. Then say the guy that looks at the ceremony that time to go to some I have a responsibility by another doctor. I hope you are getting what I'm saying. Okay, ethical consultation in donor is this. Now, donors, all the donors are approved that means they have the right to by themselves. One is that some of them does not do it because they are looking for money. Some of them are doing it for so I think that's what it is. of them are doing it because of the financial problem in the country. So people are reporting and the health project and the donate and they are not forced into it. The head part of it is that they are mature enough to make that decision by themselves. Any child above 15 years, whether the mother wants it or not, when they are not pregnant and the family is having of them with their mother knows, it's not even an issue. And some of them, we some of us competition because we use their natural cycle. Some instances when the back they change their menstrual cycle from back to nursery at the same time. So it is when you use their natural cycle. So the ethical part of this is on the basis of the father. They give consent to what you want to explain to them about decision making age.
Talking about me, the second question. I say it again within. I know that. That's wife is not. Can a wife? I think.
This kind of thing that comes from abroad. I don't want to know that I'm using a donor. My answer to them is that I'm using a donor. I don't want to see your husband. I have to get one thing. When I insist in front of you, I will some of them are 58 years or 54 years or 52 years. They are seeing themselves as don't want everyone to know. Everyone they don't know quite right. They say, my wife wants this thing as big or so. And technology and the soul and the action of business. Now even sometimes they come. They don't send you at a particular age. When they tell you that you use your egg, because the mother is like to feel. None of them are faithful because they look like that because of their failure. So you can say them appropriately. Was as the cover country was because one thing in this thing that doctor has achieved impressive in life and is about to die. This is showing my wife, I want this thing to confess to you. It's like to tell the husband, convincing why was English. Sometimes they don't know themselves in the belief. Sometimes they come back again and say, some people say that it's okay. I don't know how to I'm saying. What and saying that doctor will this word. Supporting you not to allow to know that that's what you are doing.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir. My own question is the adverse effects on these ladies that donate eggs, because it's like egg donor is being abused now. It's just like now blood donors. You see blood donors, some will do it today, next tomorrow they will go to another lab to go and donate, another 2 days they will go to another to go and donate. I think it's happening with all these ladies that is donating egg now. They might come to Ibadan today, they donate egg. Maybe the next 1 or 2 months, they will go to another place to go and donate the egg. So what is the effect on such ladies?
The objective be the same, and does it have any negative impact?
If they can donate with us, once they go beyond that, we don't need it again. And they have some criteria we select before we make them as egg donors. Now, the concept of the theoretical aspect is that when you donate egg, you begin repeated ovulation, increase the chances of ovarian cancer. But I'm telling you, up to today, I've never seen one that have had cancer. People with ovarian cancer that I've seen, they are that's what I'm saying. Those elderly people that have done those things. So these people does not. Then naturally, you know, the concept of induction in some of these patients is that they follow their natural cycle. Those eggs they will have wasted it down months. It's not only one egg a woman produces every month. A woman produces many eggs. Then there's an hormone we call inbin. The dominant follicle will secrete inbin. It inhibits the other, and they will go atretic, making all of them to waste. Concept of ART, when we don't batch them, is that those are the only egg that we retrieve, and the cycle is just as if they are doing their normal menstrual period, because none of the egg was exposed to inhibit that will lead them to go atretic. That's why they can even be having that egg every month if they want.
A round of applause for the please do better than that. We want to do one or two presentation.
What is the question?
Let me confess to you. If you pregnant and name in life. Let me tell you my experience. When we want to deal I've seen somebody there. I said this to the doctor. Myself is when I'm traveling, come and see me. So when he came back, that first time we went to do Andrology Symposium in Lagos. The Association of Clinical Embryologists in Nigeria then, some of them that they know Dr. Emmanuel, they talk to him. If you go and do keynote speaker for these people, you will start exposing them to come to this side. I'm telling you the whole truth. To take that the forum till today. That I said, say another Dr. Emmanuel, a round of applause for him.